this tutorial, I'll show you how to create a very cool digital material which you can use for anything. Either you create it for cinematics or for games, anything that is particularly interests you within Unreal Engine 5. And in this case, I'll show you how to create a material just simply using two textures and set up good, very cool nodes within the material, and how you can actually work this out using Sequencer to make this very cool dissolve effect. And you can use it in any objects you want. So without further ado, let's get started. So we got our project ready for this, and you can find the project files in the description below of the video. But at the same time, you'll find the model, the sketchfab model for this car, which also there will be linked in the description below. But for this case, what I've done, I've prepared this car's transformation as well as set up its rotation and a scale, so it fits the sizing within the Unreal. So at least we have a clean one-to-one scale. So now the next thing we'll do, we're gonna open this material, which is here. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna quickly look and what I've done, actually, I prepared this entirely for you guys to have it to test it. so we don't have to do all the textures individually to connect all together. So I'll prepare all this for you. But before we can actually do the dissolve material car, which also there will be a link in the description below. But for this case, what I've done, I've prepared this car's transformation as well as set up its rotation and a scale, so it fits the sizing within the Unreal. So at least we have a clean one-to-one scale. So now the next thing we'll do, we're gonna open this material, which is here. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna quickly look, and what I've done, actually I prepared this entirely for you guys to have it test so we don't have to do all the textures individually to connect all of it together. So I'll prepare all this for you. But before we can actually do the dissolved material, we have to also make sure that our blend mode is set to mask. And the reason why we want to choose mask, because if we're going to go, let's say, translucency, the entire model will be see-through, which in other words, we're doing downwards. So in case, what I'm going to do, I'm going to texture that we're going to actually use. We're actually going to, as well as per noise. And because we're going to mask, next thing we're going to do is basically pay attention to a opacity mask first. And then we'll do is to jump into emissive. So let's get started. Next thing what I want to do, set this to 0 for the beginning. But I'm also going to do
Step into Wix Studio.
What's up, guys? Velocity with Pitchfork Academy. Me here, and I'm back with another Unreal Engine 5 material tutorial. And in this video, I'm going to show you how to create a improved hologram or transparency effect that sort of removes the back sides of the material that we might not want to see. As you can see, for example, on the left here, we can see right through the geometry, and there's a lot of clipping going on, and it's a little bit hard to tell what's going on with the material. But the one on the right here is nice and clean, and we only see the material that's facing the camera. But just before we get started, if you guys like what we do here and you want to connect with more like-minded people, access to our Discord server, Mizzo's Dizzo, is available for just $1.50 per month via Patreon. The Discord server is becoming a pretty cool place to be, with tons of very cool, very helpful, and very smart people, as well as an integrated AI chatbot to help you with all of your Unreal Engine 5 related questions. Your $1.50 actually goes goes towards that AI chatbot because it is a paid model and is indeed very clever, as well as helping support us in what we do here at Pitchfork Academy. Without further ado, let's get into the tutorial. Alright guys, here we are in Unreal Engine 5.6, but the engine version doesn't matter in this case. I just like to stay up to date. The first thing that we want to do is to right click and make a materials folder, so I'll do that right now. And then inside here, I'll make a folder called hologram. This isn't necessarily supposed to be a hologram tutorial, but this is a great start to it, or it's a great effect to add to an existing hologram material. With that being said, I definitely recommend checking out my hologram material tutorial, where I go way more in depth on how to add really cool effects like a glitch effect, as well as the animated lines that you see commonly in a lot of holograms. So definitely recommend checking that out. But in this case, I'll just right click and make a new material, and I'll call this m underscore custom depth. And then inside here, we can open it up and change a couple of settings right away. The first thing that we want to do is on the blend mode, change it from opaque to additive, and then shading model from default lit to unlit. This isn't necessary, but I like this effect a little bit more because since it's, in my mind, usually used for a hologram, it shouldn't be really receiving any light, just emitting light. So you can see when we turn on unlit, we only get the emissive color output. So I'll be using that for this tutorial. And then the next thing we need to do is search for custom, and then we'll see allow custom depth rights. This kind of makes the material work. It basically compiles a few additional shaders to make sure that it has access to the custom depth information. So I'll just check that on and then clear this search. And right away we can get a couple nodes. So I'll hold 3 on my keyboard and click for a color, and I'll right click, convert to parameter, and I'll name it color. Default value can be maybe a blue. And right away we can get a couple nodes. So I'll hold 3 on my keyboard and click for a color, and I'll right click, convert to parameter, and I'll name it color. Default value can be maybe a bluish color. And I'll plug that right into emissive color. Next, we can do the opacity logic. So this is where the effect kind of comes into play. The first thing we need to do is search for pixel depth. And if you hold Control and Alt on any of these nodes, it'll give you a little bit of a description if you're confused on what any of this does. You don't really need to fully understand the math behind the scenes, but it's good to sort of read these nodes sometimes and see what it's doing and try to understand at least. So this, for example, gets the distance from the camera to the current pixel on the screen. So this is useful for doing things that are based on depth, which in this case, we want to remove the pixels that are behind the mesh, but not the ones in front. So this is very handy. I'll hold A on my keyboard and click for an add node, and then I'll hold 1 on my keyboard and click for a constant node. And I'll set this value on the constant to be -1, and I'll plug this into the add. Next, we need an if node, so I'll hold I and click, where you can search for if. And from the add, we'll go into the A, and basically this if node, the way it works is anything that gets plugged into A is going to be compared to B, and then depending on the value, it will use whatever is plugged into these nodes here. So we have A is greater than, equal to, or less than B. In this case, we need to get a couple more nodes. So I'll right click and search for scene texture. And then by default, it's on scene color, but we need to change it from scene color to custom depth. Once we have that, we can drag off of color and search for change it from scene color to custom depth. Once we have that, we can drag off of color and search for component mask. We only need one channel of information, and by default, this gives us 3. So on our mask, we can uncheck the G, and now we're only getting a single channel of information. From here, we can plug this into the B, and now we're basically comparing the distance from the camera to the pixel on the material to the custom depth. And if it's true, then we can do some things here, which is just going to be 2 constants. And first one will be 0, so we can leave that alone. And the second one will be 1. So 0 meaning that we won't show the material, and then 1 meaning that we will. So this is basically our opacity. And on the back side of the mesh, we'll be rendering 0, and on the front side, we'll be rendering 1. So now I can select all of this and click C, and I'll call this custom depth. We could plug this right in and be done, but let's make it a little bit more interesting with a Fresnel node. So I'll right click and search for Fresnel or Fresnel, however you want to say it. And if I right click and preview this, you can see that we have darker values facing the camera and then brighter values that are perpendicular to the camera. And this is what we want. We want whenever we look at the mesh, we want the outer edge to be a little bit brighter and more interesting than just a flat and dull across the whole thing. And we'll use this to control how opaque the material is. So with this still being previewed, I'm going to right click and convert the exponent into a parameter. material is. So with this still being previewed, I'm going to right click and convert the exponent into a parameter. You can see now it makes it 0, so we're getting fully white. But if I set this back to 5, which is the default value on the node, we can see that. But I like a value between 2 or 3, just to make it a little bit more contrasted and bring that fade in from the edge. I'll leave it on, maybe, I'll do 3 for this. And then now we can right click and stop previewing. And now we can just get a multiply node by holding M and clicking. And we'll multiply from our if node into our Fresnel. So we're going to multiply these two things together. And now when we plug this into opacity, we should see the effect. We get brighter and more opaque on the edge and more transparent on the center. We should be good now to save and close out, go back to our level, and then I'll right click on the material, create material instance, and I'll call it mi_custom. Depth_blue. And then we can go up to a shadow area just so we can see the effect a little bit better. And I want to go to my content folder. I'm just going to find a mesh. I'll use the mannequin. So I'll go into characters, mannequins, anims, unarmed, and then I'll drag out the idle. And I'll just find a mesh. I'll use the mannequin. So I'll go into characters, mannequins, anims, unarmed, and then I'll drag out the idle. And I'll just duplicate her like this, drag it back. And then we can go back to our material. So I'll go to materials, hologram, and then with both of these selected, I'll hold shift and click both of them. We want to find the materials. So I'll just click on the material instance and just use the arrow, place it in there. Kind of glitched out there for a sec. All right, so now we have that, and just just to showcase, if we go up to the material and look at it from the side, you can see sort of the issue that we have. If we look at the mesh from the side, you can see all the way through to the other side, and it just keeps layering on top of itself, and it becomes really busy. So as soon as we click on one of these mannequins and we search on the details panel for custom depth, this is the most important part, by the way. You have to make sure that on your mesh, you search for this, or in your blueprint with the mesh inside of it, you click on the mesh, and then there should be render custom depth pass. Click that on, and you can see right away, I can toggle this on and off. It removes any of the back side of the material, and it cleans it up and makes it look really, really smooth. So that's the effect working there. It looks pretty good. Now we can go into our material instance and just see what we have here to play with. We didn't add too much here, but like I said, definitely check out my hologram tutorial if you're looking to make this into more of a hologram sci-fi effect. But we do have some color control here. So we can see how this looks. It looks really cool, really in any color, in my opinion. It's fun to mess around. To make this into more of a hologram sci-fi effect. But we do have some color control here. So we can see how this looks. It looks really cool, really in any color, in my opinion. It's fun to mess around with and go through all the colors. I'd set it to be, I'll just leave it blue. It's the name of our material instance. And then the exponent in, remember, is that edge fade. So if I set it to 5, which is that default, you can see it pushes that fade more towards the edge, which isn't bad, but I do like a little bit more contrast. So as we lower it, you can see it brings the effect in more and more, and then 0 obviously would be fully on. So yeah, I think between 2 and 3 looks the best. I might leave it at 2 now that I see it in the level. And yeah, remember the most important part, of course, is to make sure your custom depth pass is on, and then the material level. And yeah, remember the most important part, of course, is to make sure your custom depth pass is on, and then the material should work as expected. And just to show how you can enable this on a blueprint or your character, for example, I'll just go to the third person character and then blueprint and BP third person character. And then I just need to double click to open that up so we can see a little bit better. And then I'll click on the mesh on the left or any meshes that you might have. And then I'll search for render custom. And here we go. We got the render custom depth pass. And now if I go back to my viewport, still got to set the materials on there. So I'll search for custom depth blue, and I'll set that to be on both. So now that we have that set up, can compile and save. And then when I play, go full screen, gonna lag just for a sec. And yeah, now we have our character using the custom depth. All right, guys, that is how to use custom depth to make an improved hologram or transparency effect that helps to remove the back sides of the material that sometimes we don't want to see because it makes it a little bit too messy and hard to tell what's going on with the rest of your material. So yeah, if you guys happen to learn anything at all, it'd mean a lot to us if you left a like on the video and subscribe to our channel. This has been Velocity with Pitchfork Academy, and I'll see you in the next one.
Now, you can craft your unique color panel. Kelvin Tint Exposure, select any slider in the dynamic panel. Drive your picture. Revolutionize your workflow. Summon with a tap. Scroll to select. Change directly on the panel. Intuitively, dynamically, you can effortlessly switch between numerous software. Reshape a workflow that's just right for you. Click to switch, scroll to select HSL, adjust precisely with the knob. Reset with one click, compare before and after effects, and apply batch color correction. Seamless, intuitive, accurate. Toolbox.
Oh, before you leave, can you turn that document into a PDF for me? Thanks.
At 5:30 on a Friday? Actually, wait. I think it'd be easier to use Scribe and show you how to do it.
What?
I just sent you a step-by-step guide using Scribe.
How did you make that?
I just downloaded Scribe, clicked Start, followed the steps, and Scribe automatically generated a step-by-step guide with screenshots. Pretty cool, right?
Wait, you said it was called Scribe?
Teach anyone how to use any software with Scribe.
What's up guys, Velocity back with another Unreal Engine 5 tutorial, and in this video I'm going to show you how to enable and use the new Water Advanced plugin in Unreal Engine 5.6 that enables some built-in character physics interactions with the water to get some really nice ripples as you move through it, as well as how to enable the water plugin itself and set up different water bodies on your landscape, for example an ocean that surrounds your landscape, and then having a lake and a river to transition between the two. But just before we get started, if you guys like what we do here and you want to connect with more like-minded people, access to our Discord server, Mizzo's Dizzo, is available for just $1.50 per month via Patreon. The Discord server is becoming a pretty cool place to be, with tons of very cool, very helpful, and very smart people, as well as an integrated AI chatbot to help you with all of your Unreal Engine 5 related questions. Your $1.50 actually goes towards that AI chatbot because it is a paid model and is indeed very clever, as well as helping support us in what we do here at Pitchfork Academy. Without further ado, let's get into the tutorial. Alright, the first step is to make sure that you have Unreal Engine 5.6 installed. If you don't, just make sure you click this little plus here on the engine versions, and it will pop up a new box and you can select which version of the engine that you want to install. I already have it installed, so I'll just go ahead and launch this. And then once you're here on the project browser, you can go ahead and select games, and then I'll select the third person character template. And my variant, I'll leave on none, but they do have these new variants you can go ahead and play around with. And then name it whatever you want. I have mine called Water Interact and click Create. All right, the first thing that we need to do is go to our plugins, and to get there, we just need to go to Edit at the top and then down to Plugins. And here we can just search for water. And the two plugins that we need to enable are the Water Experimental plugin. Keep in mind that this is experimental. It's going to give you a warning about that. It doesn't recommend shipping final games with it, but you can definitely work with this, and they're going to probably update it more in the future. I'll go ahead and click yes on that, and then I'll also enable the Water Advanced plugin. This is where the magic is for the water interaction. I'll click yes on that as well, and then I'll restart now. And then the next step is to go back to our Edit tab, and then this time we'll click on Project Settings. And then inside here, we just want to search for Shallow, and we'll find here, Use Default Shallow Water Subsystem. This is the new system that is included with that Water Advanced plugin to make the water interaction work. It uses the Niagara 2D grid simulation. If you are curious and want to look more into that, you can search up about Niagara 2D simulation. But I'll just go ahead and click Enable here and then close out. And I'll just restart my project one more time for good measure. All right, now that we've started back up, we can create a new level. I'll go to File, New Level, and click Basic, and then Create. Right away, I want to delete the floor. We're going to create a landscape. And then before I create a landscape, I do want to save the map since it's currently named nothing and it's just untitled. But before I do that, I'll create a folder for maps. So I'll right click in my content browser, new folder, and call it maps. And then inside here is where we'll eventually put the level, but we need to save. So click File, Save All. And then now we should have this maps folder. We can name it whatever we want. I'll just call it Water Test for my purposes. You might have your own level names, that's fine. Click Save, and then now we have our level here. I'll just click File, Save All once more, just to be safe. And then from here, we can click Selection Mode and then Landscape. And yours might be on 63 by 63 by default. I like to set mine at 127 by 127, just to make it a little bit more dense and larger. And then I'll click Create. All right, once we have our landscape, we're good to go back from landscape mode to selection mode. And then we just want to go ahead and grab an ocean. So if we go to the cube with the plus and search for water, you'll see there's a bunch of water body options: ocean, lake, river, island, etc. I'll just click the ocean and then click complete. This sets it to be in a water layer or edit layer, so that way you can turn all these off and on if you need. And right away it's going to look really weird. That's because the location of the water body ocean gets set to a weird value, so I just like to zero that out. And right away we get our island. Now you'll notice though, if we go up, there's still this big square with a bunch of water around. And if I click on the landscape, our landscape is still this big, but we're only seeing it this big. So if we click on the water body ocean and then click G on our keyboard, this brings up the spline points. And you can just click on any of these and move them around and shape your island or your landscape however you like. I'll just move it down like this. And then at any point along the spline, you can right click once you see the 4 arrows pop up. So you can see if it's just a perfect cross there, and now we have the arrows. Once those pop up, you can right click and add spline point here, and then you get another spline point to mess with. And then you can click on the little handles on the edge too, and then mess with those separately to really get some nice curves and fade. Click on this one. So that's how you can kind of get a little bit more interesting of a shape than just a simple square. And then the other thing you'll notice is that we get this little ridge here, but we'll mess with that in a sec. Let's quickly just see if our ripples are working. So if I go full screen, it might lag just a sec at first, just to kind of get everything working. All right, now we can go over to the water, and look at that. We get some really nice water interaction built into the engine with the new Water Advanced plugin. Really, really cool. It also has this other feature, the water line. If you go up to the edge of the water, you can see as the water passes the camera, you get this really smooth waterline effect. And there's also a built-in post-process volume underneath that you can adjust as well in the material. And yeah, it's all built in and interacts everywhere. But you'll notice right now that I've went into the water and triggered the Niagara fluid simulation, that it creates this sort of artifacting around the landscape. So there's a couple things I want to do to clean that up. The first is just simply to set the landscape location to be 1 centimeter above where it's at. So now it's not 0 anymore. Where the water is, it's 1 centimeter above that. So now when I go and play and get in the water, we don't get that artifacting anymore. But we still get this ridge. So one way to get rid of that is just to click on your water body ocean, not the landscape, and then scroll down until you find the water height map settings. And then under fall off settings, there's fall off mode. I just switch it from angle to width, and it seems to get rid of that pretty much right away. So now we can sculpt and see what happens there. So I'll just go in here and click on the noise brush, make sure it's only on add, and then I crank up the scale just so we can get a little bit bigger hills. So you'll notice we get some nice natural looking hills, but as I go towards the water, it kind of cuts it off. It's not letting me go any further. And that's because of the settings on the water body ocean. So if I click on the water body ocean, scroll down, there's quite a few settings here for this. One is the channel edge offset, so that's negative 1000. I'll leave that for now, and I'll go down to just the edge offset. And if I set this to 0, you can see it pulls the landscape out towards the water. And then if I set it to negative 1000, it pulls it even further. So now you can see it's much closer, but we still aren't all the way there. So that's where we can go to the channel edge offset, set that to 0. That pulls the water back in. And yeah, now we get this really nice line up with the terrain from the landscape right into the water. So if we wanted to, have it be hilly right by the water, we could, and then we could always sculpt back down to be look. Closer to the ground. Create a little beach. And just like that. Looking great. And then really quickly, I just wanted to show you can also quickly add a water body lake. It'll put it wherever it wants at default. I just reset the location again. And we can just play and see how this works. So we just put that in, and right away, it just works. So it's pretty cool. All of these water bodies are interconnected. You can add them together and create more of them. I could even add a water body river. Oh, that's the wrong one. Water body river. I'll zero out the location. And then I'll just line this up to be coming from the lake. And then I'll click on the final spline point. And I'm going to hold Alt on my keyboard and drag. It'll create another spline point. Oh, didn't mean to raise it. And then I'll do that again. And then once more. So now I've kind of created this little river. Again, with these jagged edges here, you can always click on one of the spline points and then click the handle of that spline point and drag it out and adjust it. And that's where you get the really smooth edges. So now if I go up to my water, click play, we have the lake. And it pretty smoothly transitions into the river. And it has velocity, that's me, all the way down. You can even change that per spline point. So let's say around this bend, you wanted it to be faster. You just click on it And then velocity, you could do 512. So you can see right around that edge, it's faster, and then it slows back down to the default that you have it. And it should just go right into the ocean. So if I click play, you can see pretty seamless transition. Might not be perfect in all cases, but you can always adjust the spline points and your landscape to make it look how you want and a little bit more natural. Maybe at the edge of the river here, it kind of widens out into the ocean, and then maybe it could be thinner along the rest of the spline. Alright guys, that's going to do it for this video on the water plugin and enabling physics interactions with the water. If you guys enjoyed, it'd mean a lot to us if you left a like on the video and subscribe to our channel. And definitely go check out our new game Skyblocker on Steam. This has been Velocity with Pitchfork Academy, and I'll see you in the next one.
Join the AI audio revolution today with 11 Labs full-scale audio platform. Generate industry.
What's up guys, Mizzo Frizzo from Pitchfork Academy here, and at this Unreal Engine 5.6 tutorial, I'm going to show you how to use 5.6's first person rendering to make a sort of floating HUD such as you've got in The Division that sort of follows your character around and sits in front of any geometry that you might come close to. So this might look like it is just a widget in screen space, but it is actually in world space and it is next to my character, but it still renders in front of any geometry that you move over to or near, like so. Now I'm not going to be showing you how to sort of make the widget move around or connect any of the data in that widget to any variables or anything like that. I'm just going to give you this quick video that shows you how to use the first person rendering to render a heads-up display such as this one in world space that won't clip through any geometry. So without further ado.
What's up guys, Velocity back with another Unreal Engine 5 material tutorial from Pitchfork Academy, and in this video I'm going to show you how to create a realistic glass material that uses the thin translucent shading method. It's a little bit different from my previous glass material video. It's using the updated method for thin transparency, which just is a little bit more of a realistic way to handle reflections in the coloring of the glass as well as the opacity. I'll also be showing how to add some nice smudges or dirt on the surface, as well as a normal map texture or pattern to sort of add some character to your glass so it's not just a flat surface if you want. Obviously it's an option, you could leave it flat if you like. And I'll also be showing at the end how to enable hardware ray tracing and reflections to help bring the lumen reflection quality up a little bit higher if you have an NVIDIA card. If you don't have an NVIDIA card, don't worry, there's a couple of tips in there at the end as well for you that will still improve the quality of the reflections in general. Just before we hop into the tutorial, if you guys like what we do here at Pitchfork Academy, the #1 way to support us is to check out our new game, Skyblocker, which we just released on Steam. It's a fun and competitive 3D puzzle game where you battle the elements and gravity. It's complete with awesome unlockable block skins, multiple levels, and a global online leaderboard to compete with your friends and others around the world. I hope you enjoy it as much as we enjoyed making it. Now let's get into the tutorial. Alright guys, here we are in Unreal Engine 5.6, and before we start making the material, I really quickly want to grab a texture from Fab. So I'll go to the Window tab up here and then click on Fab, and then this will bring us to the Fab Marketplace, and then I just want to search for Quixel Print. This should bring up some fingerprint textures that we can use in our glass. On the left, I'll sort it by materials and textures, and then at the top, I'll click price and then select free. This will make sure it's only the free options. I already have this first one in my project for testing, so I'll just click this second one. They're all pretty similar, as you can see. And the medium quality should be fine. This is just a 2K texture. For smudges on your glass, you could even probably go as low as 1K, which is the low quality. But depending on how large you're going to scale the smudges, you might have to go up in quality so it doesn't get too blurry. I'll just click add and then accept the agreement. And it should download the material and make a new folder in your content browser if you didn't already have a Fab folder. So if I go to my content browser here, you can see we have this Fab folder. So I double click that, double click Megascans surfaces, and then here's all of our textures. As you see, I already have a couple in here, but this is the new one right here. So if I go into here and then textures, we should just have the single texture And the reason that it looks bluish like this is because this is a mask texture, so it has different information in the different channels. So if I deselect the blue and green, we only have this mask right here. App a folder, so I double click that, double click Megascans surfaces, and then here's all of our textures. As you see, I already have a couple in here, but this is the new one right here. So if I go into here and then textures, we should just have the single texture. And the reason that it looks bluish like this is because this is a mask texture, so it has different information in the different folder. So if I go to my content browser here, you can see we have this fab folder. So I double click that, double click Megascans surfaces, and then here's all of our textures. As you see, I already have a couple in here, but this is the new one right here. So if I go into here and then textures, we should just have the single texture. And the reason that it looks bluish like this is because this is a mask texture, so it has different information in the different channels. So if I deselect the blue and green, we only have this mask right here. I believe this is the roughness map, and then the second one here, I'm not sure. This also could be used as a roughness map, but nonetheless, we will use probably the R channel for our mask to blend in some smudges and dirt. I'll go ahead and exit out of that and click Save All, just to make sure if we crash that the textures are still there. Quickly, I'm going to go back to Fab and just search for Quixel pattern, maybe something like that, just to see if we can find a texture that has some detail to it that we can use on our glass. Let's see. Oh, I got to filter by free really quickly. And then if I click on this black and white tile, so this is a decently clean looking lighting texture or normal map. So I'll go ahead and grab this one. We're only going to use the one texture from it anyway, so it doesn't matter. So for example, if I go into this one, we'll use this texture here to just add some detail to our glass to make it a little bit more interesting and just to showcase the normal map effect. So I'll just click Save All one more time and then go back to my content browser. All right, once we're back in our content browser, we can really quickly get out some meshes to showcase our material on. So I'll go to add a shape and then a plane, rotate it and scale it just a bit. And then I'll also grab a sphere. Cool, so now we got our shapes to showcase the material on, and now we can create a materials folder. I'll right click in my content browser, click new folder, name it materials. This is just if you don't already have one of these. And then in here, you could create another folder for glass, but I'll just create the material in here. So I'll call it m_glass. I'll double click to open this up. All right, now that we're in here, we can change a couple of settings to make this work for the transparent glass. So blend mode needs to be not opaque. We'll change it to translucent, and then shading model from default lit to thin translucent. Next, we need to go down to lighting mode. As you can see here, we have this error talking about the lighting mode must be surface forward shading. So I'll just change that to surface forward shading. And then we can scroll down a bit more until we find refraction and just change the method here to index of refraction. Now you can see here we have this exposed pin for refraction, and we have just one more error here, and that is that this shading model, this thin translucent model, requires a thin translucent material node. So we can just search for that. If you right click and search, we can find thin translucent material output. And as you can see, it's the same color because it's also an output node. It's a similar type of thing here. So we have our color and whatnot. From here, we can right click and search for a constant 3 vector. You can also hold 3 on your keyboard to get those as well. Now I'll right click and convert this to a parameter, and I'll call this glass tint. I'll double click this and set the default value on the color to be 0.5, so that way it's a middle gray color, not fully white or not black. And I'll just plug that into transmittance color. As you can see here, that is now our color, even though we didn't set it here. Actually, let's see if this... Yes, as you can see, changing the color here still changes it because our opacity is set to 1. So basically, when this material is fully opaque, it will use whatever the base color is here. And in that case, we need a dirt color. So I'll just copy and paste this glass tint down here, and I'll just rename this dirt tint. But we can't plug this right in. We need to lerp between both of these colors for this to work correctly. So we need an alpha, and that alpha is going to be from our texture that we got from Fab. So I'll just go back to my content browser, go to Fab, and find that fingerprint texture, and I'll just drag it into the graph. I'll bring this up here so we have a little bit more space. I'll right click it so I can convert it to a parameter in case we want to change it later. And I'll call this dirt mask. And on the left, we can add some things to control the scale. So I'll hold a U and click on my keyboard for a texture coordinate. You can also just search for text coordinate. Then I'll hold M and click for multiply. and S and click for a scalar value. This will be called dirt scale. Default value can be 0.5, and I'll plug this in like that, and this into UVs. From the R channel, I want to grab a subtract node and then add a parameter, and I'll call this dirt bias. This is sort of the amount of the dirt that is on the glass. By default, I'll set it to be 0.5, and then I'll right click and search for cheap contrast. This is just a cool node that allows you to add some contrast to your mask or your texture. And I'll just rename this to be dirt contrast. And this default value can be 0, so it's off by default. And then from here, we want to search for reroute declaration node, and then we'll call this dirt mask. This just allows us to clean up our graph. So anywhere we click and right click and search, we can search for a dirt mask, and it just gets this same information. It's sort of like creating a local variable, and you can even change the color on the first node there, and it will update. So I'll make it more of a dirt color. And I can highlight all of this and click C, and we'll call it dirt mask. And that's looking good. And then we can use our dirt mask here as our alpha. So this will blend between the two colors, and this goes into base color. We also need another lerp and dirt mask for the metallic values. So I'll just copy and paste this down here, and I'll hold 1 and click for 2 constant values here. And the A will be 1, and the second one, or sorry, not the A, but this constant will be 1, and this one will be 0, and then they go in like this. So the A becomes 1, and the B becomes 0, and basically wherever it's A is going to be our glass. So we want the glass to be fully metallic, so I'll plug this into the metallic output, and the dirt not to be metallic. Epic Games recommends that the glass is always metallic. It makes it look a lot less plasticky, so I'll leave that at 1. And then dirt, obviously it's not metallic. You could technically convert this to a parameter if you had some sort of gold coverage or something that was more metal covering your glass. You could, increase this value here. I'll go ahead and copy and paste to the lerp and the dirt mask once more, and I'll create 2 scalar parameters. This one will be called roughness glass with the default value of 0.1, and I'll copy and paste that, and this will be roughness dirt. And this value can be 1 by default, so fully rough for the dirt. You can always adjust it later. That's the beauty of parameters. This can go into roughness now, and I'll just drag this back. Now I can copy and paste to this dirt mask node again, and this actually is going to be our opacity output as well. This controls sort of the difference between the two colors, and as you can see, we kind of start to have some smudges on the surface there. From here, we can quickly do the refraction. We're going to skip the normal map just for a moment. So I'll right click and search for a Fresnel node. And if I preview this, you can see that it's wider or brighter on the edge and darker in the center. So we can use this again on a lerp node to blend between 2 values. So we want the refraction to be more on the edge and not on the glancing angle or the angle that you're directly looking at. So I can unpreview this now, and I'll just create 2 constant values, and I'll set this first one to be 1, so there's no refraction there, and then this next value will be 1.52. This is the physically accurate value for refraction on glass. It's what Epic Games recommends to use, so we'll just go ahead and use that as well. All right, now we can go ahead and start working on the normal map input. All right, so we're going to add a way to scale the normal map as well as rotate the normal map. So we'll do the scaling first, but I guess first we need to go grab our texture. So I'll go back to my fab folder into Megascan surfaces and get my black and white tile. You might have a different texture that you want to use for adding bump detail onto the glass, but I'll just drag this one in here. I'll right click, convert to parameter, call this normal glass. And from here, we can go to the left and search for texture coordinate. And then I will right click and search for a scale UVs by center. This makes sure that when we scale the texture, it actually scales outward from the center. You could technically do that for the dirt as well, but it doesn't matter as much as more of a geometric texture. It looks much better when it scales from the center and rotates around the center as well. And then we can right click and search for custom rotator. And then we'll plug UVs into UVs and then rotated values into UVs. Now we need two parameters. We need a texture scale one, so I'll hold S and click, and I'll call this normal scale. Default value can be 0.5. Plug that into there, and then I'll copy and paste this down below for normal rotation. And this default value can be 0. We don't want to rotate it by default. We only want to rotate it if we choose to do so later on in the material instance. This will become our rotation angle. Now, technically, this parameter will correctly rotate the texture itself, but not the sort of lighting information that comes along with it. So if I plug this in, we can just quickly view after this loads. So if I go to my normal rotation and rotate it, it will rotate the texture, but it doesn't rotate the way that it's calculating the highlight and shadows of the lighting. So we need to add a way to rotate the normal map. So I'll just Control Z that and unhook that. Drag this back a little bit. And we need to add some math to rotate the normal map because it doesn't rotate in the same fashion as normal textures because it has to also calculate the direction of the reflections and things like that. So I found this method from a person named TechArtAlex on YouTube. He makes more complex math tutorials for Unreal Engine materials and things like that. Definitely recommend checking out TechArtAlex if you're interested in more of the math that goes behind shaders. But I'm just going to use that method here because it does tend to work really great. So we need to get a couple of math nodes. So I'll just right click and search for cosine. And then I will right click and search for sine, just a regular sine. And then our normal rotation goes into both of those. And then we need to get an add node. So I'll hold A and click, and the B value should be 0.25. Basically, from my understanding, is this is going to do some math on the R channel of our texture to rotate that. And then for the green channel, we need to offset it by 0.25, and that creates a perpendicular angle to the red channel. And the normal maps are all about sort of angles and lighting it to create fake shadows, so that's why we have to do this extra stuff. So I'll copy and paste the cosine and sine. I'll plug the add into those two right there. And then from here, we can right click and search for make float to. We're going to recreate a single value by plugging these two into there. And then I'll do the same thing down here. So I'll copy and paste that. And then from here, we need a dot product node. And we need two of those. So I'll just paste that down here. And then we need to, from the RGB of our texture, search for component mask. And by default, it should just be RNG, which is exactly what we need. It's the ones that we're affecting here. So I'll just drag this down to the A of the dot products, both of them. And then the B is just the previous node from the make float to. And then we just need to combine those two together to create the RNG finally. And this is our correctly rotated RNG outputs from this texture here. So now we just need to re-add the blue vector. And to do that, we can get an append vector node. And then the B goes into the B of the append, very important. And then the A of the append is our previous here. So as you can see, this says RNG. And this is a little diagram showing you what's happening. So this is the R, this is the G. They come together and create RG. And then this creates RG and B. From here, we can drag off and search for flatten normal. And then we can create another parameter. I'll just copy and paste this normal rotation node. And this will be called normal flatten. By default, it'll be 0, so no flatness. So we'll get the full strength of the normal map. And a value of 1 would be fully flattened, so you wouldn't see any effect. Now we can go ahead and select everything here. Click C, we'll call this normal map. And from the result, we can finally drag this into normal. I guess if I dragged all this up here, we could create a little bit more of an organized graph really quickly. Awesome. looks much better. Once I get these up here. Cool, so now we're good actually to save and go back to our level. I can go back to my content browser, find my material folder, and I'll right click on my mGlass and create material instance. I'll call this mi_glass_1. And I'll just drag it onto both of these. Really quickly, I just want to double check, make sure that my screen percentage is at 100. That way we don't get any extra artifacts. And from here, we can double click our material instance to open it up. And just kind of have it on the side here. We want to turn on all the parameters to make some adjustments. From here, I want to click F11 just to go into full screen. Sometimes it lags for a second. And then here we have our dirt bias and so forth. So if I lower the bias, you can see it brings more and more dirt until it's fully covered. And then the opposite way is going to take it away. The contrast is quite what it says. It literally is going to add contrast to the map and basically take away those in-between gradient values that, in my opinion, do look kind of nice. So we don't want to add too much contrast. I like to add maybe 0.25 and then adjust the bias from there so it's not too much. I don't want too much dirt on my mesh here, but you can obviously experiment with this and add as much as you want, as well as change the color of the dirt. I'll go ahead and make sure that it's still on the gray. And the dirt scale is going to control the tiling of the dirt. So if you lower this value, it makes it really big, and if you raise it, it tiles it more often, which is kind of nice. So if you wanted like really slight smudge marks, what I would do is probably increase the scale so it's they're tiled more tightly and they'll be a little bit more realistic, and then lower the contrast and then the bias, increase that. Yeah, so now you get those really slight smudge marks kind of all over that react to the light a little bit differently. So yeah, you can mess around with this until you get the desired result, but just know that you can mess around with these contrast values until you get more of a subtle smudge mark look or an actual full-on like dirt coverage look. That's how you would mess with those. The normal flatten is going to flatten it if it's a value of 1. So as you can see, the normal map went away. There it is back. And then 0.5 is going to be sort of halfway flattened, but maybe 0.8 or 0.9 makes it real subtle, makes it look like it's not that deep for those crevices. I'll do a value of 0.5. I think it looks pretty good. And then the scale, I'll skip rotation for now. The scale is going to control, obviously, the scale. The higher the value, the more like zoomed in it looks. And then the smaller the value, the more it tiles. And then the normal rotation is going to rotate the normal map, and it's going to be correctly rotated because we did that extra steps with the math. So now it correctly reacts to the light depending on the angle, and it's looking pretty good. I'll set my normal rotation to 0.25. I do happen to know that 0.25 is going to rotate rotate it 90 degrees. I believe this is in radians, so a value of 0.125 is 45 degrees. So this can give you a good look if you have a nice symmetrical texture, kind of creating an angled geometric look. Looks pretty nice. And then, of course, 0.25 is 90 degrees. 0.5 and 0 are basically no change. So I'll just leave mine at 0.25.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
What's up guys, Mizzo Frizzo from Pitchfork Academy here, and in this Unreal Engine 5 Blueprints tutorial I'm going to show you how to quickly and easily add a day-night cycle to your game using Unreal Engine 5.5's new experimental day-night sequencer plugin. Now I've got my day-night cycle set to 15 seconds in total, which makes everything move a little bit fast and it looks a bit janky. It looks a lot better when you slow it down and a lot smoother, and you can tweak a bunch of the settings inside of this actor that comes in the plugin. But I'm also going to be showing you how to subscribe event dispatches to certain times of day. For example, I've got these lights on the back wall here, which at dawn will switch off, and then when the sun sets and it is dusk, they will switch back on. And you can do this for any objects in your world at any time of day, but I've just got these lights to show you as an example. And guys, if this tutorial turns out to be of any use or value to you whatsoever, you can support what we do here at Pitchfork Academy by wishlisting our new game coming out April 16th called Skyblocker. We're very 5 blueprints. The first thing I'm going to do is head to Edit and Plugins, and if I search for Day, you'll find Day Sequencer, this experimental plugin. We're going to activate this plugin, just hit yes and restart now. And now that my editor has restarted, I'm going to go up here and click on the Q+ icon and search for Day, and you'll see this Sun, Moon, Day sequence actor. I'm going to click this and it will add it to my level. But the first thing I'm going to want to do is reset this transform. So over here in the details panel, I'm going to reset the location to 000. And then I'm also going to go up here in the outliner and find this folder lighting. And I'm going to select everything in lighting and hit delete. Because if you find this Sun, Moon, Day sequence actor in your outliner and have a look in the details panel here in the components section, you'll see that it contains all of those lighting elements that usually come in the level. It has a sun and a moon, but it also has the exponential height fog, sky atmosphere, skylight component, volumetric cloud, and sky sphere component. The next thing I'm going to do is select this volumetric cloud component here. These volumetric clouds have been added in 5.5 and they sap quite a lot of performance, especially because they're drawn all the way out to the horizon here. So I'm going to select the volumetric cloud component and I'm going to change this tracing max distance mode to distance from point of view. And you'll see that that reduces the number of clouds significantly. You can also reduce this trace max distance right here. I might change this to something like 35. Just so there's fewer clouds. It depends on your game, and you might just want to head to the settings up here and change your engine scalability settings to something a bit lower if your machine is struggling. but I like to reduce these volumetric clouds straight away because, you know, in prototyping, you don't need something so heavy here in your level. The next thing I'm going to do is delete a few of these walls, not this very special wall at the back here, because we're going to be using this as part of our setup today with the lights that will switch on and off. So let's start familiarizing ourselves with this sun, moon, day sequence actor. If you select it, you'll see a bunch of settings down here, such as you can preview the time of day that you're seeing, so that you can change settings for night and day or whatever. And down here, you'll see a day length is at 24 hours. This is the length of the actual day, but in game, this time per cycle is the time that matters. So if we set this to something like, let's set it to 30 seconds and we hit play, you'll see that the entire day-night cycle will last only 30 seconds. So this will be good for testing. I might even reduce it even more so we can more quickly get from dawn to dusk. Now let's have a look at subscribing some event dispatches so we can make things happen in our world at certain times of day. So I'm going to start by creating a light blueprint that I'll add to my wall over here. So just in my content folder, I'm going to right click and create a new blueprint class of type actor. I'll call it BP Light, and BP Light will contain nothing more than a spotlight, like so. And I'm going to place a few of these in my level. I'll just rotate this down 90 degrees and move it out from the wall a little bit, like so. And I'm just going to hold Alt and click and drag so that I have 4 of these on my wall here. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is create another blueprint class that will act as a kind of mediator between my day-night cycle sequence and any actors that I want my day-night cycle sequence to sort of react to. So I'm going to right click and create another blueprint class of type actor, and I'll call it BP underscore day night manager, something like that. And I'm going to drag this out into the world like so, and I'll just set its location as 0, 0, 0 so I know where it is, but it doesn't matter too much. I'm going to open up my day-night manager, and I'm going to add a couple of event dispatches. Let's call one on dawn, and let's call the other one on dusk, like so. And now in my event graph, what I'm going to do is drag out each of these, and I'm going to create an event for each of these. Let's just call this on dawn event and on dusk event. And I'm also going to drag them out and call them from these events. So I'll drag out on dusk and call. And basically what these event dispatches do is when this is fired, a message is sent out, and anything that subscribes to these messages can have logic that is run based on when these are called. So just to give you a better understanding of how that works, I'm going to go to my BP Light here, and in the event graph on begin play, I am basically going to set up this BP Light to subscribe to these events that are called in my day-night manager. So what we can do is actually put in a delay until next tick, and this just makes sure that the day-night manager has initialized on begin play. You want to be careful whenever you're doing this sort of stuff on begin play, because you do need a reference to this blueprint, and it needs to be initialized first. So after 1 tick, we will get actor of class, and the actor of class that we're going to get is our BP day night manager. And then what we can do is we can search for assign on dawn, and you can also search for bind event to on dawn, but if you search for assign, it will automatically create a custom event to go with it. So if you search for bind, you wouldn't have this custom event. Then you just need to search for custom event and add a custom event, and then you'd need to connect these delegate pins like so, but it's just easier to search for assign. And we can also drag off the return value here and search for assign on dusk, and also assign an event on dusk. So this on begin play will bind these custom events to these event dispatches. So whenever these event dispatches are fired off, whatever is plugged into here will execute. So what we can do is grab our spotlight here, and I'm just going to set intensity, and on dawn I'm going to set intensity to 0. And then we can click on the spotlight here and we can check the intensity here. I might actually turn the default intensity up to something like 10,000. And then on dusk, I'm going to set it to 10,000 again, like so. Nice. So those event dispatches are bound, but we need a way of calling these event dispatches from our day-night cycle. And this is actually pretty easy. If we go to our viewport here, you'll see a new button up here that says time of day. If you click it, you can preview the time of day. You can do a couple of different things in here, but what I'm interested in is this open root sequence. So if you open the root sequence, you can get rid of this pop-up here. It's just the sequencer tab down here that we're interested in. And this second track here, the one that says DS24 hour, we can double click on that and it will open, I'm just going to delete this, this exists from when I was testing it out. So it will open this sequence here, and now we have our day-night sequence right here. And the cool thing about this all being in a sequence is that you can keyframe all sorts of different things. You know, you could have the sun size sort of grow a little bit towards the middle of the day. You could have the sun intensity be higher at the middle of the day and, you know, lower at dusk and dawn. You can do all sorts of things in here. So what we're actually going to do is click this little plus icon on the root day sequence actor, and we are going to attach a new binding, and the new binding is going to be our BP day night manager. And now we have our BP day night manager is within our day night sequence here. We can click the plus icon on the day night manager, and we can go to event and trigger, and it will add this event track right here. And this is what I deleted that you know, I already had here from testing. So I'm going to show you how to set it up from scratch. I'm basically going to find the keyframe that is dawn, which will be at about 40 here when the sun starts to come up. And I'm going to add a keyframe on my events track right here. I'm also going to find dusk, which, yeah, let's make it about 115. Actually, I'm going to make it a little bit later, 118, and add a keyframe there. And then what you can do is you can right click on these keyframes and go to properties. And right here, you can bind this quick bind and just search for on dawn. And you see here under BP Day Night Manager, we've got on dawn event. That's that custom event that we created. We can click that and it will automatically create inside of your sequencer blueprint. It will create this call on that keynote. It will call on dawn event in the Day Night Manager. You can go back to the sequencer here. You can right click our on dusk keyframe and you can go to properties and bind, quick bind, and search for on dusk, and you'll have on dusk event right here. And that will also create that node and call on dusk event in your BP Day Night Manager. I'm just going to make sure all of these blueprints are compiled, and this should be working now. If I hit play, the lights will switch off at dawn, and then we'll wait a few seconds. I've got some startup chug there. Wait a few seconds until the sun goes down, and at dusk, these lights will turn back on. And you can literally use this method to bind any sort of events in your world to your day-night cycle. You could even bind habits of your NPCs, so your NPCs could have a day-night life cycle. You could have fires that, turn on at nighttime, lights, you name it. You can literally take any actors in your world, and you can use this exact same method where on begin play, you can bind to on dusk and on dawn in your BP day-night manager, or any other events that you choose in your sequencer. You could have midnight, midday, anything you want. And that's it. Guys, if this tutorial has been of any use or value to you whatsoever, please hit like and subscribe, and I will see you on the next one.
Buying this boat was a total no-brainer.
Oh, no-brainer? If you got a new boat, the smart thing to say is, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your State Farm agent can help you choose the right coverage.
Genius.
Like a good neighbor.
What's up guys, Velocity here, back with another Unreal Engine 5 material tutorial, and in today's video we'll be looking at how to create this really cool RGB shifting effect that is actually a material function, which means you can easily drag and drop it into any of your existing materials and instantly gain access to the RGB shifting. Without further ado, let me show you how to make this. Alright, to start out, I'll go into my materials folder. If you don't have one of these already, go ahead and right click and make a new folder for that. And then you'll see I already have a folder in here called hologram. If you haven't seen my last video about how to create this really cool hologram glitch effect, I highly recommend you check that out, as we'll be adding the RGB material into this one to see the effect. I'll go back to my materials folder and then right click, make a new folder, and call this material functions. Anytime I make a new material function, it'll go inside here. So I'll go into that folder, then I'll right click and then make a new material function from this material drop down here, and I'll call this mf_RGB. Once we open up the MF lower value, we'll get more of whatever's the... What's up everyone, Velocity here with Pitchfork Academy, and I'm back with another Unreal Engine 5 material tutorial. In today's video, we'll be learning how to create this really cool hologram material, complete with scan lines and a really unique glitch effect. Without further ado, let me show you how to make this. Alright, to get started, I'll just go ahead and create a new folder called Materials, since I don't have one in this project yet, and then I'll double click to open that up, and then right click and new material, and I'll call this m_hologram. Pretty straightforward. And then once I open this up, we can take a look at the details panel on the left, and we want to change the blend mode from opaque to translucent and the shading model from default lit to unlit, because it's not going to need to receive any light or reflections or any of that. It's just going to emit light with the emissive color. And from here we can hold 3 and click to get a constant color, and I'll actually right click and convert it to a parameter, and I'll call this color inner. And then I'll duplicate this and call this one color outer, because we want to be able to control the color at the center of our material versus the outer and have a nice fade between them. I'll double click on the color inner and just set it to be red, and then I'll double click on the color outer and set it to be sort of a yellowish orange like that. And then we want between them, I'll double click on the color inner and just set it to be red. And then I'll double click on the color outer and set it to be sort of a yellowish orange. Like that. And then we want to hold S and click for a scalar, and I'll call this color inner. And then I'll double click on the color outer and set it to be sort of a yellowish orange, like that. And then we want to hold S and click for a scalar, and I'll call this color inner, and default value of 1. And then I'll duplicate this for color outer, and a default value of 100. We want the outer edge to be very bright, so we'll multiply that by the original colors. So I'll hold M and click to get a multiply, and then I'll plug that up like this. I'll duplicate this multiply, and I'll do the same thing here. And then I'll sort of drag these back, get some space. And then we want to hold L and click for lerp. This will let us blend between the inner color versus the outer color based on whatever we plug into this alpha. And that's going to be a Fresnel node. So if I get a Fresnel, and just so we can see what this does, I'll drag this into emissive color. You can see right away that the outer edge of this material sphere is now much brighter than the center. And that's kind of to show you that wherever this Fresnel is a lower value, we'll get more of whatever's the A input. And wherever the value is brighter, for example, the edge where it's nice and white, we'll get more of the B input. So we'll add some more parameters to control this and sort of be able to define how sharp the transition is. And to do that, we'll get a scalar parameter and call it color Fresnel with a default value of 1. And this needs to go into the exponent. And then from here, we'll get a power node. It's now much brighter than the center. And that's kind of to show you that wherever this Fresnel is a lower value, we'll get more of whatever's the A input. And wherever the value is brighter, for example, the edge where it's nice and white, we'll get more of the B input. So we'll add some more parameters to control this and sort of be able to define how sharp the transition is. And to do that, we'll get a scalar parameter and call it color Fresnel. With a default value of 1. And this needs to go into the exponent. And then from here, we'll get a power node, and we'll leave the default value of 2. We just want to sharpen it up a little bit. And so it's different from the opacity one that we'll create later. From here, we want to get a multiply. And we won't plug anything into this yet. This will be our scan line effect. And then from here, we'll saturate this. And this just is a fancy term for keeping the value between 0 and 1 so it doesn't have any sort of glitchy look to it or any incorrect values coming through. From here, we want to get a divide node. And this sounds a little bit crazy, but we're going to divide by the eye adaptation, which is sort of the auto exposure in the scene. And basically this really helps with lumen, so the light from the emissive material doesn't overexpose the scene too much. You'll still see a little bit of the brightness on the ground, but it won't be as exaggerated. And you can kind of see the effect. Effect here, but it'll look much better once we get the other controls in. So now we should be good to go ahead and highlight all of this, and we'll click C, and we'll name this section color. And then we do need to go in and highlight all of the parameters. So I'll hold Control and select all 5 of these parameters. And then in the group, on the left, we'll call this color. And I'll just sort of clean this up a bit. All right, from here we can go ahead and do the opacity. So I'll go down a bit and I'll hold S for a scalar. We'll call this opacity inner. And this will be a default value of 0.5. I'll duplicate this opacity outer for this one and default value of 10. And I'll get another lerp by holding L, and then we'll lerp between the inner and the outer based on another Fresnel. So I'll copy this, plug this in here, and then I'll just copy one of these opacity parameters. and this will be called opacity for Nell, and we need to change the default value to 1. Again, any default values I put in here, I encourage you to mess around with to see if you can get a look that better suits your project. And then I'll get another multiply. And then we'll multiply this by the dither temporal AA node, which will help us get sort of a cool, glitchy look to our material. And you don't necessarily have to use this, and that's why we'll have a parameter called dither threshold. We'll have it on by default at 0.5. I think it does look good. And then we'll multiply this by the dither temporal AA node, which will help us get sort of a cool, glitchy look to our material. And you don't necessarily have to use this, and that's why we'll have a parameter called dither threshold. We'll have it on by default at 0.5. I think it does look good with a little bit of dithering. And this goes into alpha threshold, by the way. We'll leave random alone. You can mess around with this if you like, but I'll just leave it blank. And then from here, we can go ahead and plug this into opacity. But we also want to plug it into opacity mask in case later we decide that we want to change our shading model from translucent to masked, which is definitely cheaper, and I'll show that in the shading complexity mode a little bit later. But it won't look as clean, but it will still allow you to use translucency sort of in a material that isn't actually translucent, if that makes any sense, and I'll showcase that in a bit. Now we can highlight all of these green nodes here, and we'll put it into a group called opacity. And then material that isn't actually translucent, if that makes any sense, and I'll showcase that in a bit. Now we can highlight all of these green nodes here. And we'll put it into a group called opacity. And then we can highlight everything here and click C, and we'll call this whole thing the opacity group. All right, next we'll work on the scan line effect, and those will be the lines that you see sort of panning down on the material, and that'll plug into our multiply here once we have that. And what I want to do is sort of go over to the left so we have some more space, and I'll zoom in, right click, and search for screen aligned UVs. And these will be the UVs of the screen themselves. So when we use this as our texture coordinates, no matter what distance we are from the material, the lines will remain the same size and the same orientation, which gives it sort of a cool sci-fi look. And you can mess around with this if you want. Maybe you don't want this kind of look, but this, I think, in my opinion, looks pretty cool. So off of here, this XY 100%, we can search for panner. And this allows us to move the UVs in a certain direction. And you'll see that the speed expects one input, but there's two values here. So we need to get an append vector, which will allow us to input two vectors here into one. And I'll hold one and click for a constant value of 0. And we'll just plug that in because for the X left and right value, we don't want it to actually move that direction. We only want to be able to change it on the Y direction, up and down. So I'll get a parameter and I'll call it macro scanline speed. And by default, I want it to go downward, so I'll have it be negative 0.1 to input two vectors here into one. And I'll hold one and click for a constant value of 0. And we'll just plug that in because for the X left and right value, we don't want it to actually move that direction. We only want to be able to change it on the Y direction, up and down. So I'll get a parameter and I'll call it macro scanline speed. And by default, I want it to go downward, so I'll have it be negative 0.1, which should be pretty slow, but not too slow. And we'll plug that in like that. And then from here off the panner, we'll search for a linear gradient like this. And then we want the vertical gradient, so the V gradient, and we want to multiply by a parameter called macro scanline amount. This allows us to control how many of the lines we see, and 2 is a pretty decent number for that. It's not too many lines. We'll have much more of the micro scan lines, hence the word macro here. These are sort of the bigger lines, and then from here, we want to drag off and search for frac. And this is an interesting, we'll have much more of the micro scan lines, hence the word macro here. And by default, I want it to go downward, so I'll have it be negative 0.1, which should be pretty slow, but not too slow. And we'll plug that in like that. And then from here off the panner, we'll search for a linear gradient like this. And then we want the vertical gradient, so the V gradient, and we want to multiply by a parameter called macro scanline amount. This allows us to control how many of the lines we see, and 2 is a pretty decent number for that. It's not too many lines. We'll have much more of the micro scan lines, hence the word macro here. These are sort of the bigger lines, and then from here, we want to drag off and search for frac. And this is an interesting node. Basically, it takes the input and it cuts it off based off the actual decimal points of the incoming information. So as you can see here, it creates this really cool gradient effect. And once we see it on the material, this will be panning downwards and it kind of creates that cool effect. From this, we want to actually multiply it by itself, which will make it a little bit more soft and realistic looking. And then from here, we'll drag off and search for clamp. And we just want to clamp this between 0.5 and 1. So the range isn't so big. It's just a range between 0.5 and 1. All right, so these are our macro scan lines. And we can go ahead and highlight macro scan line amount and speed. And we'll put it into a group called scan line. And now we should be good to copy all of this and paste it. And the first thing that we need to do is change anywhere that it says macro to micro. You could have your own naming convention for these. You could have it literally be small and big lines. I just like to use these terms. And then we need to also change this frac node. I'm going to instead use assign, which will make it to where the gradient isn't sharp on one edge. It'll actually be, I wish we could see the preview. I don't know why it's not working. But basically, it'll look like a gradient on both sides. It won't have a sharp edge like that one does. And the default values for the micro scanline amount can be negative 0.05. So I'll also have them going downwards. And then the micro scanline amount I'll set to 70. So a lot more lines with that. From here, we want to multiply these together. And then we're also going to get the dot product. This is where it gets a little bit confusing, but bear with me. We want the dot product of the macro scan lines and then of between the macro scan lines and the micro scan lines combined. This just gives it a little bit more interesting of effect when combining them. And then from here, we finally want to plug this into the multiply right here, not the power. we want to leave the power blank, and then we'll just plug that into the multiply. And I'll just highlight the top of these nodes here and click Q so they line up a little bit better. And now we can highlight all of this stuff, click C, and we'll call this scan lines. All right, now we can really start to see the scan line effect coming into play. And that dithering sort of noisy look that of course can be adjusted. So if you don't like the noisy look there, that's going to be this dither threshold, and we'll adjust that later in the material instance. But we do have the scan lines going, and we're good to move on to the glitch effect. So I'll just sort of go down below the scan lines here, and I'll right click and search for a node called vertex normal world space. And then from here, we want to drag off and search for component mask, and we only want the R channel for this top one, and then I'll duplicate this and we'll get the G channel. We basically want each individual channel, and then I'll duplicate it down here so we have some more space to work, and then I'll put that into the B channel. So we have all R, G, and B. And that's basically the different directions of the mesh. So we have forward, backwards, left, right, up, and down. And basically, over time, we're going to switch between glitching the mesh forward and backwards, left and right, and then up and down. And this is sort of a unique custom effect I came up with. There's probably different ways to do this, but I think it looks great. So we'll continue with this, and then I'll drag off of here and search for lerp. We want to lerp between the R and the G. And we'll do this based on time. So I'll right click and search for time. This is basically time as it runs throughout your game, and we're going to multiply it so we can change the speed of it in the material. And this is where it gets a little bit tricky, but I'll kind of explain as I go along. We'll get a parameter called direction timing A, or something like that, and we'll make this default value of 0.3. Whoops. And then from here, we'll get a frac. And the reason we want to get a frac is because basically this gets only the decimal points of the value. So for example, as time goes on, you will get into, for example, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, but then you also have the point like 3, 5, 7, whatever after that. And we're really only interested in what happens after the decimal point. We just want time to loop over and over. And basically, since the lerp takes a value between 0 and 1, we want to basically switch between the R and the G over time, but only between the 0 and the 1. And we want to have two different versions of this at different speeds. So I'll duplicate this and I'll change it to direction timing B. And this value will be 0.1. And then I'll duplicate this lerp and plug the B into A. The frac here into the alpha, and this lerp into A. So basically what's happening is based on this timing of the 0.3 speed, we're lerping between R and G, and then at this speed of 0.1, I guess we could actually do this a little bit higher than that one. So we'll do 0.5 for this. And then at this speed, we're going to lerp between these two values, R and G, and the B, which is the up and down of the mesh. So this gives us all the different directions over time, and it should never really line up because they're different values and whatnot. So we'll kind of go with that, and we can adjust these later as needed. So now we can highlight direction timing B and A, and we'll put it into a group called glitch. Now I'll just highlight all of this stuff, click C, and we'll call this glitch. Whoops. Glitch direction. Just like that. And then I'll leave that like that for now. We won't plug it into anything. And now we'll do some more logic for the different timings for how intense the glitch is. So this is the direction that we're going to change randomly, and then we also want to randomly change the intensity. So to do that, we'll search for time again, and we'll get a multiply and a scalar, and we'll call this glitch timing A. We'll do a value of 1. And then from here, we want to get a frac because we don't want time to go infinitely. We want it to keep repeating. As soon as it hits 1, it goes back to 0.001 and up, up, up until it hits 1 again. And then it keeps repeating that. And then from here, we want to get an if node. Zoom in a little bit here. So we'll plug the frac into A, and then I'll hold 1 and click to get a single value, and I'll make this 0.1, and then I'll duplicate this and set this one to 0. And then I'll plug this into B, and this into A, and then I'll get another parameter, and we'll call this glitch intensity. Keep misspelling things. There we go. And default value can be 25. And this goes into A equals B and A is less than B. So basically, as time goes on, if the time, like, because this is going to repeat after every second, if the time is less than 0.1 or equal to it, it will basically do the glitch amount. And if it's greater than that, it won't glitch. So this makes it to where the glitch kind of comes in randomly, because we're going to have two versions of this, one with a timing of 1, and then we'll duplicate all of this. And we'll do this a similar way. So we'll do glitch timing B, but we'll change the value to 0.45. I don't want to do 0.5 because then it'll just sort of line up with the first one. So this way it's a little bit different. And over time we get different results. And we'll keep the same glitch intensity. Of this, one with a timing of 1, and then we'll duplicate all of this. And we'll do this a similar way. So we'll do glitch timing B, but we'll change the value to 0.45. I don't want to do 0.5 because then it'll just sort of line up with the first one. So this way it's a little bit different. And over time we get different results. And we'll keep the same glitch intensity. And then we want to lerp between these two glitch timings. So that way sometimes it might glitch twice in a row really quick, and then sometimes it might pause for a second and then glitch again. And then it'll use this intensity amount like that. And we want to search for time once more and get a multiply. And I'll copy one of these fracs over. Probably could have copied the whole thing, but that's all right. And then we need another parameter. And this will be called glitch time switch. Really couldn't think of a better name for this, but that will do. And we'll set this to be maybe a value of like 0.525, something like that. This really doesn't matter. As long as it's different from these two and not too fast, not too slow, this should work out just fine. And we'll plug this into here. So now over this time period at this speed, it will switch between using this glitch timing and this glitch timing. And naturally it will use a value between 1 and 25. So sometimes we'll get the full 25 strength, and sometimes we might get a strength of like 7 or 21, for example. And all right, once we have all of that, we can highlight all of these parameters, so these 4, and we'll put it in into that glitch group. And then we can highlight all of this and click C. And we'll call this glitch timing and this glitch timing. And naturally it will use a value between 1 and 25. So sometimes we'll get the full 25 strength, and sometimes we might get a strength of like 7 or 21, for example. And all right, once we have all of that, we can highlight all of these parameters, so these 4, and we'll put it into that glitch group. And then we can highlight all of this and click C, and we'll call this glitch timings. Something like that. I'll drag this up to match. And then from here, we can get a multiply node, and another multiply node. And we want to multiply this here that we'd made earlier, this direction timing, something like that. I'll drag this up to match. And then from here, we can get a multiply node and another multiply node. And we want to multiply this here that we'd made earlier, this direction timing, with the scan line effect here, but this bottom one. Node and another multiply node. And we want to multiply this here that we'd made earlier, this direction timing, with the scan line effect here, but this bottom one. Like this. So this is the macro, or sorry, the micro scan lines, because we want the micro scan lines, like these really small lines, to be driving sort of the effect. The compression probably won't show these lines, but we'll see it on the character. And so yeah, we want to multiply this bottom clamp node with the glitch timing, and then we'll multiply this with the bottom lerp. And then this all goes into the world position offset. This will actually offset the vertices of the mesh and create this glitching effect. As you can see here, it's kind of glitching in different directions at different amounts, and that's working as intended. All right, now we're good to save. and I'll close out of this. And then let's make a material instance of this. So I'll right click, convert to into different amounts, and that's working as intended. All right, now micro scan lines, like these really small lines, to be, and then from here, we can get a multiply node and another multiply node. And we want to multiply this here that we made earlier, this direction timing, with the scan line effect here, but this bottom one, like this. So this is the macro, or sorry, the micro scan. Scan lines, because we want the micro scan lines, like these really small lines, to be driving sort of the effect. The compression probably won't show these lines, but we'll see it on the character. And so yeah, we want to multiply this bottom clamp node with the glitch timing, and then we'll multiply this with the bottom lerp. And then this all goes into the world position offset. This will actually offset the vertices of the mesh and create this glitching effect. As you can see here, it's kind of glitching in different directions at different amounts. And that's working as intended. All right, now we're good to save, and I'll close out of this, and then Let's make a material instance of this. So I'll right click, convert to material instance, and I'll call this mi underscore hologram underscore red. Actually, I'll do orange. Kind of looks mostly orange. And now we need a mesh to put this on. So I'll just go ahead and get the default mannequin. So I'll go to characters, mannequins, animations, and I'll use Quinn, and I'll drag out the MF idle like so. And then I'll go back to my materials, and now I should be good to put this on there. And as you can see, we get this cool holographic or hologram glitch effect. And the glitch is pretty intense now, and this might be what you're going for, but what I'll do is I'll open up this material instance and look at some of these parameters. All right, first off, you can see we could change the color and all that. We'll do that in a minute, but the glitch intensity, for example, if we set this to 0, we don't get any glitch effect. It's just nice and calm. But as soon as we start adding numbers in, for example, there's a value of 5, and you kind of get the idea there. If you crank this up too much, you'll get some really wild effect there, as you can see. So I'll keep it at 5 for now, and we can continue looking at some of the parameters. So I'll go ahead and turn on everything here. Obviously, we can change the color to be whatever we desire, and I'll make some instances, some extra instances in a minute, and we'll kind of compare them. So the Fresnel, the color Fresnel, controls where that sort of difference starts between the two different colors. So depending on what you're going for, you can really sort of tighten up that contrast there or leave it at 1. I might do a value of 2 for this one. And then the color outer intensity, you can see if I set this back to 1, it kind of loses the contrast. So 100 is pretty bright, but you could do, for example, 10 or 25. Really just depends on your project. The glitch timings and all that, it's really hard to see the difference when you change these, but you can try to, for example, change some of them and things will happen slower or faster. Yeah, so I increase this glitch timing A, and you can see now it's kind of freaking out a bit. If I lower it to 0.1, we might hardly ever see the glitch. Yeah. So 1 is a decent amount for that. Then we can keep going down to the opacity, and the dithering is one thing that I wanted to showcase. So a value of 0 really makes it dither, and it kind of gets this interesting noisy pattern. If I set it to 1, there will be no dithering, and it will just use the opacity values that you have set here. So if I drag, for example, opacity inner to the left, you can see now we have basically an entirely translucent front look, and then the edge is solid. And as you can see, you can really mess with these values to get some different looks. I think you can even have it be, yeah, like this, where it's sort of soft on the outside, but has the holographic look on the inner. And then the opacity for now just controls that amount of fade. So you can get this sort of look here. And then if you were to change your color for now, you could bring back in the color. So it's just on the edge, and you get this really interesting reddish orange highlighted effect. I'm going to go ahead and revert those changes to how I had it. And we'll continue going down. The macro scanline amount is going to be, see this line here, it's kind of these really slow ones. If I set it to, for example, 5 or 10, you can see what that does. It's the overall bigger line that comes down. I like a value of 2. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong one. Put that back to 2. And then the speed is obviously how fast or slow the scan line goes. And if you put a positive value, the lines will go upwards. It's really up to you how you want it to look. And then the micro scan line amount, I'll set, for example, from 70 to 30 or 20. And now you can really see the effect that is happening there. And then you can also change the speed of those, probably too fast, to whatever it is that you're going for. I might change my micro scan line amount to 50 or 40, so it's a bit more obvious that they're there. And then what I can do now is I'll browse to this material instance. And what I like to do is once I have a nice base of a material instance that has good settings, instead of duplicating it, I'll actually create a material instance, and then I'll call this one blue. And then when I open up this one, the parent of this material instance will be my previous material instance. So I'll drag that back here. So now you can see the parent is the MI hologram orange. And if I go to the orange one, I can control things that are in here as long as I don't turn on these checkboxes. So now what I'll do is only check on the color, and I'll set the color inner to maybe like a purplish pink, and then the color outer to the blue. And then I'll drag on this to here. And obviously it's not just blue, it's sort of blue and purple, but you get the idea. Now you can get some really cool different results with that. And I might do that once more, but I won't create another instance. Now is when I would just want to duplicate. And I might make one called green. And then we'll drag this on here, open this up, and we'll change the inner color to be maybe like a warmish yellow, and then the outer, we'll do like a bright green. Maybe a little bit more green on the inner. And yeah, that's kind of how you would go about making different instances. And if I go back to the hologram, and continue looking at and all that, it's really hard to see the difference when you change these, but you can try to, for example, change some of them and things will happen slower or faster. Yeah, so I increase this glitch timing A, and you can see now it's kind of freaking out a bit. If I lower it to 0.1, we might hardly ever see the glitch. Yeah. So 1 is a decent amount for that. Then we can keep going down to the opacity, and the dithering is one thing that I wanted to show. Okay, so a value of 0 really makes it dither, and it kind of gets the clean entirely those or slow those. Instead of duplicating it, I'll actually create a material instance. and then I'll call this one blue. And then when I open up this one, the parent of this material instance will be my previous material instance. So I'll drag that back here. So now you can see the parent is the MI hologram orange. And if I go to the orange one, I can control things that are in here as long as I don't turn on these checkboxes. So now what I'll do is only check on the color, and I'll set the color inner to maybe like a purplish pink, and then the color outer to the blue. And then I'll drag on this to here. And obviously it's not just blue, it's sort of blue and purple, but you get the idea. Now you can get some really cool different results with that. And I might do that once more, but I won't create another instance. Now is when I would just want to duplicate, and I might make one called green. And then we'll drag this on here, open this up, and we'll change the inner color to be maybe like a warmish yellow, and then the outer we'll do like a bright green. Maybe a little bit more green on the inner. And yeah, that's kind of how you would go about making different instances. And if I go back to the hologram orange, this is the master instance. I want to showcase really quickly the difference between the types of translucency. So real quick, if I go from lit up here on the top left and I go to optimization view modes and shader complexity, you can see that this is not the cheapest material. As you can see, it's in the red and pink, and when they overlap, it gets even worse. But usually this isn't that much of a problem, especially if you're making games for PC or high-end consoles. But if you're making a mobile game or a game for the Switch or something like that, you might not want to use real translucency. So what you can do is at the bottom, you can go to blend mode and change translucent to masked. And right away, you'll see that the material goes right back to being green, and you'll see this dotty pattern, and that's the dithering. So once I go back to lit mode, you can see that the characters are still translucent. Like for example, I can still see through this character to the boxes over here, but it isn't as expensive. And it doesn't look necessarily as good, or maybe it's just a personal preference, but it still definitely does the job. And I think it looks just fine for what it is. And now we could go ahead and mess around a little bit with the opacity. So you can see here, this is a masked material, but we're getting this nice translucent effect still. And we could probably get a softer transition if I set the outer opacity to maybe 1 and the inner to 0.25, or maybe 0.5 was fine. And then if we go to the dither threshold, you can see kind of how that works. If I set it to 1, it'll be very sharp and not very translucent, but 0.5 or 0.6, 0.7, something along those lines still allows you to see through to what's behind the material. But for this case, I will switch it back to translucent, and I'll revert these here. And then the last thing that I want to show is putting this material on a character that you can actually run around as. So what I'll do is I'll go to content, characters, third person blueprints. All right, once we're inside the third person character or your character, you'll want to go to your mesh, and then basically we just want to switch out the materials here to see how it looks. So I'll go to my content browser, find the materials, and I'll drag in this orange one here and compile, save. I'll go full screen and play. And now you can see this character in all its glory. But you'll notice as I sort of go left and right, there's this crazy ghosting effect. And one way to mitigate that is to go into a post-process volume. If you don't have a post-process volume, just click this little cube with the plus and go to volumes and then find post-process volume and then search for extent, and then check infinite extent unbound so it covers your whole scene. But anyway, we want to search inside there for motion blur. And default is 0.5, but if we set this to 0.1, we still get the nice effect of the smooth screen while we turn a camera. But if we look around the character, the effect is not as intense with the smearing. So it's just one way to sort of lower the effect of that. And one last thing I want to do is, because that looks great and all, but what if we want to keep the original materials of our character, but have the effect of this applied on top of that? Well, we can do that by going back to our character, and we can clear the hologram materials there. And then in the details panel on the mesh, we'll search for overlay, and we just want to put one of these materials in the overlay slot instead. So for example, if I put this green one there and then compile, go to play, you can see that the original material is still under there. Now it will kind of glitch in and out because the mesh is, or the material is kind of moving the vertices around, and sometimes it goes within the character, but this is kind of a cool effect anyway, and you could always turn that effect down. For example, if I go into the hologram orange, our master here, and I turn the glitch intensity to 1 or even 0, if we choose not to have the glitch, then you can see that we just get a nice hologram effect over our character's material. And to be honest, it would probably look better with a softer color. So if I just switch this to maybe the orange one, and then we'll check to see how that looks. Yeah, now we can see more of the material underneath quite a bit easier. All right, that's going to do it for today's tutorial. tutorial on hologram materials in Unreal Engine 5. If you guys learned absolutely anything at all, it would mean a lot to us if you left a like and subscribe to our channel, as it greatly helps us out and lets us know that you want to see more tutorials like this one. If you have any questions or suggestions about future material tutorials, make sure to leave a comment down below and let us know what you'd like to see. And this has been Velocity with Pitchfork Academy, and I'll see you in the next one.
Feeling exhausted from all that photo editing? It's time for a change. Get Torbox and revolutionize.
What's up guys, Velocity here, back with another Unreal Engine 5 material tutorial, and in today's video we'll be looking at how to create this really cool RGB shifting effect that is actually a material function, which means you can easily drag and drop it into any of your existing materials and instantly gain access to the RGB shifting. Without further ado, let me show you how to make this. Alright, to start out, I'll go into my materials folder. If you don't have one of these already, go ahead and right click and make a new folder for that. And then you'll see I already have a folder in here called hologram. If you haven't seen my last video about how to create this really cool hologram glitch effect, I highly recommend you check that out, as we'll be adding the RGB material into this one to see the effect. I'll go back to my materials folder and then right click, make a new folder, and call this material functions. Anytime I make a new material function, it'll go inside here. So I'll go into that folder, then I'll right click and then make a new material function from this material drop down here. And I'll call this mf underscore RGB. Once we open up the mf RGB, we can go ahead and call this mf underscore RG. Go into that folder, then I'll right click and then make a new material function from this material drop down here, and I'll call this mf underscore RGB. Once we open up the mf RGB, we can go ahead and start plugging in some nodes. The first thing we want to do is once we open up the mf RGB, a new material function. From this material drop down here, and I'll call this mf underscore RGB. Once we open up the mf RGB, we can go ahead and start plugging in some nodes. The first thing we want to do is get a static switch parameter. So I'll search for static switch parameter, and we'll call this RGB question mark, because once we put this in our material instance, we'll have this as a switch, and by default it will be once we put the parameter, and we'll call this RGB question switch parameter. And we'll call this RGB question mark, because once we put this in our material instance, we'll have this as a switch, and by default it will be off. So it won't affect your base materials at all until you check it to be on. But if you want to use the RGB, you can just go ahead and check it to be true. Now you'll notice right away it's asking for some inputs, so we can kind of go to the left and work back towards this. So what I'll do is I'll right click, search for time, and then we want to drag off of this and grab a multiply. And then we'll get a scalar parameter by holding S and clicking, and we'll call this RGB speed. And I'll make a default value of 0.1, not too fast, not too slow. From here, we want to right click and search for hue shift. This is a handy node that lets us shift the hue of whatever the input texture or color is. So what I'll do is I'll plug in the time and multiply here to the hue shift percent the input texture or color is. So what I'll shift, we want to right click and search for hue shift. This is a handy node that lets us shift the hue of whatever the input texture or color is. So what I'll do is I'll plug in the time and multiply here to the hue shift percentage, and this basically will loop. It'll go all the way to 1 second, and then it'll loop back to 0 and then back up to 1, and it just continuously goes in a cycle and basically shifts the hue through the color. And you can kind of visualize that here. So if you hold 3 and click and get a color, and then if I open this up, basically what the hue shift is doing is it's just moving the hue along the edge over time like this, and we'll be able to do sort of pastel colors if we want, or really any kind of color saturation, because we'll promote this to a parameter. So I'll right click, convert to parameter, and I'll call this starting color. And by default, you can set this to be anything as long as it's fully saturated, and then I'll hit OK. Then we can basically just drag this over here, because we want to actually add some more logic to allow us to use our existing color information in our materials. So to do that, we will get an input function, or a function input, and then I will highlight this, and on the left I'll rename it to be color. And let's actually set a preview, or we'll set the be color. I'll rename it to be color. And let's actually set a preview, or we'll set this value here. Use preview value as default. That will be true. That way, if we don't have an input, it won't give us an error. And from here, we want to get a multiply node, and we'll multiply the starting color by this input color, and then we'll get a lerp node by holding L and clicking. So we will be able to lerp between our starting color and our starting color multiplied by our input incoming color. And we'll do this with a simple parameter called original color influence. I keep capitalizing that O for some reason. Does not want to be lowercase. All right, there we go. By default, we'll have it be 0, so it'll just use the regular color if we check on RGB. But if you want to use the original color from your material as the color, then you can just go ahead and increase this in the material instance. I'll plug this into texture, and then this goes into RGB. And then if it's false, here we just want to use the original color, basically like nothing happened. So I'll double click that to create a reroute node and kind of clean this up a bit. And then the last thing I want to do is select all of the parameters that we have. So we have those 3 and the switch. And then in the group here, I'll highlight none, and I'll just call this RGB. So whenever we use this material function in a master material, in the material instance of that, they'll all be in a group called RGB, so it doesn't get confusing and overlap with your existing material parameters. All right, I'll just highlight this and drag it over to kind of clean it up a bit. And now we can go ahead and save and close out. And now we have our material function, and it's black by default, which means that the effect is not on, which is what we want. So to test this, we can go back to the materials folder, and I'll just make a quick material inside this level of the folder, and I'll call it mRGB. And then I'll double click to open this up. And now I want to go back to my material function that I just made and drag this in here. And I'll plug the result into the base back to my material function that I just made. And drag this in here. And I'll plug the result into the base color and the emissive color just so we get the full color effect. And it's still, again, off by default, which is exactly what we want. So now if I save and go back to my material that I just made and make a material instance, I'll just leave it that same name. If I open this up and check on the cap I just made and make a material color just so we get the full color effect. And it's still, again, off by default, which is exactly what we want. So now if I save and go back to my material that I I just made and make a material instance. I'll just leave it that same name. If I open this up and check on the category RGB, and turn it on to be true. Effect, and it's still again off by default, which is exactly what we want. So now if I save and go back to my material that I just made and make a material instance, I'll just leave it that same name. If I open this up and check on the category RGB and turn it on to be true, you can see that now we get the RGB effect. Over time, and it's going to slowly go through all the different colors. And of course you can change the speed and the starting color, or really it's the starting kind of saturation. So if you wanted more muted colors, you could sort of lower that saturation and you'll get this more pastel look. I'll leave it at the full color so we can see it a little bit better. And I'll just save that and go back. And if I drag this onto the floor here, you can see we have a pretty cool effect going on now where it's lighting up the whole scene. And yeah, it's going through all the different colors. Now this is cool and all, but what if we could add it to our character or any existing materials? And that's kind of the beauty of material functions, is you can kind of plug and play them anywhere that you want. Alright, here we are in my hologram material level. Again, if you haven't seen this tutorial already, make sure to go check it out. I think you'll find it super informative and quick and easy to set up, and you get this really nice hologram glitch effect that you can use on your characters. Now what we want to do is go into our master material. So you might be using a different material, but for this scenario I'm using the hologram one. And once I open it up, you can see the material here. And what I want to do is go back to my material function that I made, the MF RGB, and I'll just click and drag it all the way up to the hologram and drop it right here next to the emissive color output. Then we can put the divide from here into the color and then the result into the emissive color. As long as it's somewhere in the chain after your color information, the function should work just fine. And then I can save and go back to my map. All right, now that we have that material function in the hologram material, we can go back to the folder with all of those instances, and I'll just duplicate one that I already have here. And I'll name this MI hologram RGB. And then I'll duplicate one of these mannequins and just throw this one on that. So now if I go into the MI hologram RGB material that I made, you can see all the other parameters from the hologram tutorial here that we made. But we're looking for the RGB section now because we added the material function. So now if I turn this category to be on and then check RGB to be true, you can see right away we get the RGB effect on the hologram. And this looks pretty good, but the problem with this now is that it's just using this starting color as all of the color that it's using for the RGB effect. And we want to get back a little bit of the cool color information from our original material. And whether you're using the hologram material or not, this will still apply. So what we want to do is to check on original color influence, and I'll set this to be 1. And now right away you can see that it's a little bit more interesting. However, it's still fighting using the starting color, so we're not getting the full color spectrum because it's multiplying all these really saturated colors with another fully saturated color. So we want to change the starting color in our RGB section to be white, but we want to keep it at a full value. And now you can see that it's a little bit more contrasted up here, and it's actually using just only these color inner and outer logic from our hologram effect. Now, if I change, for example, the color outer to be much more drastically different from our color inner, then you can get some really interesting results. For example, if I turn RGB speed up to maybe 1, you can see it kind of going through. Well, that's maybe too fast, but you get the idea. The color on the inner is now different from the color on the outer because it's using our cool color logic that we implemented in the hologram material. Now, what we can do from here to make it a little bit more interesting is you can mess around with, for example, increasing color influence above 1. So now if I set it to 2, it kind of has this even more contrasted effect. And yeah, of course you can crank this up and it gets crazier and crazier. I think you can even go into the negatives, but you might get some glitchy results, which, you know, along with the glitch material kind of looks pretty cool. So you get the idea. There's a lot of things you can mess around with here, but the main overarching idea is that you turn RGB off, it just uses the original material that you already had set up, and as soon as you turn it on, it should give you some effect. And then you just want to mess around with the starting color. You can either have it on or off with the saturation, and then you can change the speed. For example, if I crank it up really high, you can see it's going crazy, and I'll just set it back to 0.2 maybe. And then original color influence is if you want to use the color from your original material, or you just want it to straight up be the color that you have set in the starting color. All right, everyone, that's going to do it for today's tutorial on RGB shifting and creating a material function that you can drag and drop easily into your existing materials. If you learned anything at all, it would greatly help us out if you left a like and subscribed, and go ahead and let us know down below in the comments if you have any questions or suggestions about future material tutorials in Unreal Engine 5. And this has been Velocity with Pitchfork Academy, and I'll see you in the next one.
This Star Wars Day, celebrate the upcoming 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith with new metal posters from Displate. Exclusive new art, iconic Star Wars characters, stunning 3D textured details, and an epic duel that shaped the... Wait, that's not right. Bring Star Wars to your walls, only...
What's up guys, Mizzo Frizzo here, and in this Unreal Engine 5 beginners tutorial I'm going to go through everything from opening up Unreal Engine 5, creating a new project, navigating the viewport and details panel and content browser. What's up guys, Mizzo Frizzo here, and in this tutorial
and if you like this tutorial, please. Hey guys, I'm Asif Ali launching this job video, so let's make this type of trail very quickly. And if you like this tutorial, please like, share and comment, and please don't forget to subscribe my YouTube channel. So let's start this. So I have this empty material, trail, so I will make this translucent. Let's make this, and I will use this texture, this aura, and let's press T and type aura, and then I will just pan this, press T and type. Hey guys, I'm Asif Ali launching this job video, so let's make this type of trail very quickly. And if you like this tutorial, please like, share, comment, and please don't forget to subscribe my YouTube channel. So let's start this. So I have this empty material. Trail, so I will make this translucent. Let's make this, and I will use this texture, and I will use this texture, this aura, and let's press T and type aura.
Welcome to today. The day where you no longer have to see the world.
Hello guys, I am Asif Ali and you're watching CJ Hub video, and today I have created this twisted ribbon in UE 4.27 Niagara. You can see this ribbon is linked with this sphere. Are you ready to level up your aura? And then and I'll just press T and type aura, and then I will just pan this on negative x, and then I'll take a radial and just multiply both together. If I preview, this is how it will look, and then I will take the particle color this is how it looks, and I will make it unlit. And then multiply with this. And let's use a power and then multiply. Like this here. And same I will do the opacity. Okay. And to fade it from the back side, you can also take a texture coordinate and Shift C for the mask. I will take the red channel. Web preview. This is how it looks. I want to invert this and to invert this. This is how it looks. I want to invert this and then multiply for the power. So we have this So we have this for the power. So I want to invert this and then multiply for the power. So we have this material. So I will just save this. And browse this. So I will just save this and browse this, and I have particle system. It has default emitter this fountain. So first thing what I'll do, I'll remove this and I'll take just the and I'll take and I'll take just the thing what I'll do, I'll remove this and I'll take just the three part and I'll take just the three particles, so four particles, whatever you want. Spawn once, I don't need all. I don't need all these ones. I don't need all the these things. I will delete and then I will take the rotate around point and there's the radius, let's use 200 and this is the speed. It's rotating but speed is rotating but we can see only one particle, so the phase you can randomize or you can connect with the aggregation index I. Aggregation index I. The aggregation is rotating but we can see only one particle, so the phase you can randomize or you can connect with the aggregation index ID. And I will label this. Now we have three particle rotating and this is the speed. Let's make this much. Let's make this much. I will change that. We have this and let's call it source and also this particle should not die, so I will just disable the life this and then I right click and take fountain again and let's call it trail. And what I'll change first, I'll remove all these things. And I'll type here from from then another emitter, type the name here, source fix. There will be one more module of it. Here, now you have trail, and instead of this, I want ribbon. Type the name here, source fix. There will be one more module of it here. Now you you have trail, and instead of this I want ribbon, so I'll delete this and take a ribbon. And also increase the ribbon width. Maybe what? And you have to change something. First thing is light, maybe 0.5 or 1. Then in this source, I will make it persistent ID. Keep in mind, it should be on. Then here, you should change this to ribbon ID, and that's it. Now in the ribbon, let's use the material we have created. And let's make this little bright. Maybe it's 50. And instead of And see. Maybe it's see. Maybe it's see. Maybe it's see. And instead of this stretching, so instead of these UVs, I will use uh, total segment. Total length, so like this. So when you're using like we are using this default setting which we have currently, and you want to spin fast. Your ribbon will stretch like this. If you want, should not stretch, what you can do here, use this. And now if I increase the speed, like one, still the length is same. So to increase the length, you can increase here like this. This one. I will turn make this brighter one, shorting one. And the next, I will make this one black. And maybe I'll increase the alpha. And if I preview this, this is how it looks. Maybe even more. This much. And also increase the length. This much. And also increase the length. And now this is how it will look. So this is how you can make cool trails like this in very short way. So I hope you liked it. Thanks for watching. Keep learning. Bye bye. And if you like this, please subscribe.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a
So let's start this tutorial.